Hello, Danny.
Anywhere was me?
I'm here at the moment. I finished with Phoebe and do some clearing for Matty later tomorrow. What's happening to you?
Yeah, I just brought this through in case you wanted anything.
Oh yes, that's the thing. That's
That's
right.
the thing you used to do tonight.
6 o'clock, she said to me when I wrote to
6
her.
o'clock, Arizona.
Yes, she said it's 6 o'clock. I asked her on the email.
Is it 6 hours difference? It maybe is.
That's why Bob had all the snuffles this week. We've been working on them.
Okay. Right, do you want this open or just close it?
I won't use it now. I'll just use my own.
Right, okay.
How did you get on with all your...
Barry couldn't get in.
Oh.
Don't know why.
Oh, strange.
So
Are you talking to him now?
I was just talking to him.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've told him to go to the helpline, who are usually quite good, and see why he couldn't get in.
Yes, this is all a skill. Phoebe said they had 80 on a course she was on yesterday, and a lot of people had to be helped to get onto it. The journalists, all sorts of very interesting people. It's getting...
But you're doing fine, Danny?
Yes, I got 3 lots of the meat. I put it in the fridge. The
I saw that.
one. God, I went in that fast. There was no one there. I ran in there and out.
Oh yes.
3. I just grabbed them. Everything off the shelf, and that was it.
That was fine.
I don't like hanging around the shops. There were quite
Was
queues
there anything else
going
you
out
want
to
to
the
do?
garden places.
Queues
I did
where?
around the shops. You know, they had queues from the post office and everything. People were waiting.
There was a queue. Was there?
Oh yes, we're getting near Easter, I think.
Yeah. Anyway, you got all
I
done,
got
haven't
everything, and I got a nice pie, and I got some hot cross buns. I like that idea tomorrow.
Yes. Now, you wanting anything just now?
I wouldn't mind a cup of ginger tea.
Right.
Just some ginger in it. What
Yeah.
about you? And then I'm thinking if this is going to go on 6 till,
Yeah.
it might be 7:50. Oh
Oh
yes, that would be nice. That would be nice. Then
I'll give it a little slight heat and some butter
Yes,
on it.
lovely.
Okay, Jack. Now, I need 1/4 hour of silence.
Okay.
So I really better do this soon
Yes,
to
this is
finish my
fine.
program.
Better do it now then.
Well, we'll get this cup on.
All right. And I'm not going to speak to anyone, but I
No.
will be speaking at 6 o'clock.
But
I could go upstairs if I have to. But it is better in here because it's got a better healing atmosphere. But
yes, no, but
I can.
I'll be finished before then.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'll get a couple of listeners.
Yeah.
there with you, and you are allowing them into your space in a more palpable way. Imagine them outside of your house and they're standing by the door. And you're like, where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Well, they're at the door. Why don't they just come in? Because you have free will as a human. And these beings are going to honor your free will. Okay? And so you have to say, oh, please come in. Please come into my field. Come into my space. So you have to open the door and tell them that you want to engage with them. Understand? Just because they're around you at all times, you don't just say, put your hands like this and say, okay, where are they then? Why aren't they feeling to me, right? You've got to invite them into your space. They honor free will. So we invite them in. I am inviting in my star family. I am inviting in my family of light. I am inviting in my galactic guides. I am inviting in the angelic realm. I'm inviting in the ascended masters, whoever it is. And remember, you don't need names because they don't have names. So it's okay if you don't know the name. Please drop that attachment right now. It's going to block you from connecting. Step 2, you have to open up your 7th energy center. You have to open up your crown. I am opening up my 7th energy center. I am open. And when you do that, what are your beliefs around it and your thoughts? What are the beliefs and thoughts that others have told you to believe and think? You are safe to open. Why do we open the 7th energy center? Because the channel that goes through the body that holds the other 6 energy centers, that is what filters the higher dimensional consciousness when it comes in to communicate with us. All communication is energetic and it all moves through the channel to be digested so we can understand it. All communication goes through this channel. If we hold the channel shut, then it is going to be very challenging to receive and open the connection and the communication. The human body is designed to stay open. It always has been. But because we are in a 3rd dimensional realm and field, we have shut it down because it's way too freaking intense out there. It makes perfect sense, but we now need to open it. And keep it open as often as you want. Shut it down whenever you want. But you open it through the intention of saying, I am opening up my 7th energy center, my crown chakra. You may or may not feel something. That doesn't matter. Just because you don't feel it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Remember, you're not necessarily going to see things and it's still a reality. You're not necessarily going to feel things and it's still a reality. Okay? So we open up the crown. As soon as we open up the crown, the beings come right into our field, right? And their radio station's on and our radio station is on, right? Now we're open to them. And then step 3, you use your 3rd eye to communicate. How does that work? Imagination. You use your imagination. Your 3rd eye is not blocked, just like you're not blocked. Unless you want to believe that it is, then you go ahead and hold that. You have every right to hold any belief system you want. But I'm going to tell you right now, your 3rd eye isn't blocked. Your 3rd eye doesn't need to be activated unless you hold the belief that it does, because somebody told you that it does. Okay. Then go ahead and take all the tiny baby steps it's going to take for you to activate it, or hold the knowingness that it's open and activated and ready to be used. I'd choose that one, but go ahead and choose whichever one you want. It's a belief system and it's your belief system. But when you use your 3rd eye, it's very simple. It's not these like complicated things that are talked about out there. It's very simple. It's imagining. So I'm bringing in these beings of light, right?
Shoot.
And I'm going to imagine what would it look like or feel like if they were here, because they are. But I've got to start to engage in this energy. What does the energy look like? What does the energy feel like? And so here is when you begin to engage. You tell the beings, you're the composer of this whole orchestra. So you tell them where to go. I want you to stand directly in front of me in a line. Great, there they are. Now you use your 3rd eye, your imagination, to tap into the energy that's there. Is it tall? Is it short? Is it masculine? Is it feminine? Is it an animal? Does it fly? Does it feel galactic? You know how these energies feel. You just don't remember because you haven't engaged in a very long time.
Mm.
Imagine in front of you sitting light is your partner. Imagine they have their hands on the top of your head, or they have their hands on your head. What do you want them to do? Do you feel that? You don't feel that. Then you're going to be sitting back, like, okay, I'm waiting. What's going to be waiting. Nothing's happening. It's a co-creation. You've got to be doing this. You can't play the victim. You can't play the foreman. You can't play the something's wrong and I'm lost and I'm not activated. You only play that card for so long. You're on your big boots, your big pants, your adult pants, your big boy pants, right? Big girl pants, and say, okay, I'm going to start to do this. I'm going to start to engage. It's frustrating with you, correct? Perhaps, because you can't see it. It's frustrating with you because you can't feel the hurt. That's okay. Here's that. That's more driven inside of that. We talked a little bit about when the energy comes into your channel, you open up that door, right there, your channel, starts to engage. Their frequency is going to be right through the way they communicate, their radio signal is going to go. When it goes to your channel, you're going to go, that's not that. And then when you digest it as an emotion, it's good, it's love, it's your pride, that's you, go from that. Maybe you hear sound, right? Maybe you start to hear words in your mind, right? Does it have to do with conversation? Maybe you hear something. Maybe you see something. There's a vision. That's the information you get. A lot of times when you hear something, it's not a different random masculine inner voice outside of us. Not that it is. Not some external thing that's standing there. Let go of all your beliefs in this physical and have value. It's not how it's going to work right now. It's going to be telepathy. It's not words. So when it goes into your system, going to be thinking and figuring it out. Day, whatever it is value. Promises, thousands of the more you open to that and accept that, or you hear it in your belief. It sounds like you might be wrong. You can tell you it's not necessarily always true, especially if you are engaging quietly sit and do it, or whether you do it throughout your day as you're walking around. It doesn't matter. The more you do it, the sooner it becomes. Here's another thing I want you to do. Watch your expectations. If you are expecting it to look a certain way, or feel a certain way, sound a certain way, because somebody else has an experience like that, somebody else told you this is what it looks like, this is what it sounds like, you are going to be holding yourself up to some sort of standard or expectation that no one has. And then what is that going to do? It's going to create discipline. What is that going to do? When you let go, when you accept, how to do it, let it go with that, let it go zero, and just start with let go of it. The more you let go of this plan, say, I'm already connected. They're already with me. I just got to settle into my body. Let go.
Mm.
Mm.
Okay, so we are about to start here. I've got the chat box open here too. If anybody wants to put in a couple words, that would be great. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. I'm Marlene Allen, and infection elimination is the focus of today's session. So I want to let you know that you do not have to be present on the live stream. Since you are registered, you are included in today's clearing. So right now, you're included now. So there will be a replay sent to you shortly afterwards, however, though, too. So I want to remind you also to please drink plenty of water today. This is a very important part of this program is for you to be able to actually do the elimination part yourself as far as the physical. So that would be drinking water to flush out the toxins, anything else that doesn't belong. Have some real powerful clearings lined up. I've already started with the clearings, so drinking water right now would help too. And so also, we have about an hour, maybe a little bit longer, clearing experience today. It's an amazing treat for detoxing out infections and toxins. We're working in bacteria, viral, yeast, fungal, and parasites. So we've got quite a bit to, to cover. So let's go ahead and get started here. And I am Marlene Allen. I am the owner of Your Body Power. I'm also a cellular regeneration expert, and I specialize in midlife makeovers to reverse the debilitating effects of accelerated aging. So we're going to start with letting go of what doesn't belong, with love, and with quantum activations. So quantum activations, they are used to bring about a desired result in whatever area that we're working in the body. It doesn't matter, by diving deep into the cells or the organs or glands, whatever body part it is that we're working in, and clearing out all that has been built up over the years, as well as some damaging programs, interference that we could be walking around with. So many people have experienced quantum healing, and the activations actually produce a regeneration of cells in any part of the body. And it also transcends time and space, quantum energy. There is no, past, present, really, current, yeah, even though we talk about it that way, although it's all happening at the same time. So it is the healing and the activation that happens in the past, if you want to put it that way, and in the present and in the future. So by tapping into the life force energy of the body, we can let go of what doesn't belong. And also the reason this works is because we're going into the quantum field and with a higher frequency, and that allows us to then set an intention with our mind, and then to access this higher frequency field and rearrange the particles. So this is the fun part. I get to do this all day, right? So we're not doing anything really as an energy healing today. So we're actually in control of our own particles, and we're rearranging them so that they work better for you. So part of quantum, there's quantum entanglement. So that's really what I'm doing, is the assisting you to create a desired result in your body, or in your field, in your physicality. So we are going to be letting go of infections. Today we have maybe 2/3 of all people have some form of infection throughout their body, and that's reducing your immunity. There's Lyme, there's Epstein-Barr, and that suppresses your energy levels down so that these things can thrive instead of you, unfortunately. So this is the job that we are setting about to do today. So I started the clearings for everyone here on the live stream, as well as, if you're accessing on a replay, either way, just letting you know we're doing this today, right now. And so anytime though, today or whenever you're accessing the recording, you can also help yourself and imagine that you're healing yourself and your ailment and just seeing it melting away and disappearing. So this is going to help open your mind to the possibility of being healed, and it can lead to faster results for you too. So you can actually help out with the healings today by doing those things. So if you can just look inside your body, if you see some cells, maybe you see a dark cell. It's not supposed to be dark. It's supposed to be a brilliant lit up, beautiful color, right? Bright light, white, gold. We're looking at gold here. So if you want to see all of your cells in just a brilliant gold, healthy, the way we were intended, then that's actually going to assist yourself to clear this stuff today. So there are some people with chronic conditions, and maybe they cannot imagine seeing their cells that way, or maybe they can't imagine their life without their condition. And that could actually slow healing once they allow these old thought patterns to continue. And people can get attached to negative experiences that they've had in their past. So sometimes they get so caught up in patterns of negativity that they can just stick to them. And then they just cozy up to them and they get in the way of what they really want. So do yourself a favor. If that's you, if there is some chronic condition, then we should have a session together. So there should be a link in the email that comes out later today with the email, and that can have the link in there for the session. So and let's see, although when you registered, I have put together clearings. I've read you, and that's what the clearings are really based on, is what I've found, you know, and so I am putting some things in here based on what I've found for the readings that I did. And that's great, but there are some things that we can actually dive a little bit deeper on in a one-to-one situation, such as particularly we can go into your timeline and past lives and so forth. So a lot of people with chronic condition, that's where we really need to go. But that does take time. So that's why we need to do that separately instead of with the whole group. So we're going to first start with parasites, parasite infections. So let's go into the parasite infection clearings and see where we are with those. Put together a whole long list of things here that can be blocking our health and allowing us to be free of all parasite infections or parasitical infections and their eggs and their corpses in your body, right? So that's the clearing. We're asking for that. And let's check where we are right now for this long list of stuff. About 90% right now. Let's just continue on. Got just a couple things here that are kind of stickers. And yeah, that's what it is. Okay. So let's get this going. And meanwhile, let's talk about a little bit about parasites. These are going to be a little bit, I hope you're not eating lunch right now. And let's check here. So parasitic diseases. There's a few different diseases you can get from parasites, many of them actually. So there's a lot here. Hookworm, you might have heard of some of these, heartworm, and maybe even some are associated with your animals, your pets, right? Your dogs, and they've been dewormed and so forth. Well, that's what they do, and it works. And people, however, don't get the benefit of that same treatment. The doctor doesn't say, well, have you been dewormed lately? So no, probably not, right? But we really have a requirement to get these things out of our body. And there's a lot of them. There's different types. Okay, so we're looking at the protozoan right here and all the different types. There's the Giardia. Now I know I had a puppy once that had that Giardia. Wasn't good. So that's what that was, or Giardias or whatever it is. But they can be in your home. They can be on doorknobs. This is where people pick this stuff up from, the doorknobs, keyboards, restrooms, shopping carts, fingernails. And that's the same as any infections is under the fingernails, because our skin has actually some like hook kind of things on it, so that infections don't really stick to the skin part, but they can stick underneath your fingernails. And so that's why when you touch yourself anywhere with your fingers afterwards, it could go near your eyes or nose or whatever. That's how this stuff gets in. And it can also come in through water, air, food, pets, off the floor, anywhere. So keep ourselves from being affected by them. We must stay in shape, because once they're inside of you, then they can multiply. And roundworms can lay about 300,000 eggs in one day, and tapeworms can grow to be 30 feet long. Single-celled amoebas can actually eat the brain, and no one is totally immune to them, but we can keep our bodies in good condition, create a non-ideal environment for them. So did you know that liver flukes could even lead to cancer? You usually don't even know that you have them until, of course, you have so many that it's hard to avoid the symptoms. So it is important to do a parasite cleanse 1 to 2 times a year. And so what we're doing today is part of this cleanse, right? So there's things that you can do as well, and I will go over a couple of those a little bit later here. But what we're looking at is right now doing this cleanse, and then there are eggs, you know, that they lay, right? So we'll go into that too, but usually after a certain period of time, after doing this clearing, we want to clear for the eggs too. So that's why I want to be doing a couple of rounds of the clearings after this live stream today, situated a couple of different weeks apart and so forth, so that we can be able to get the eggs too. So signs that you might have a parasite infection. So if you're not feeling quite right, it could be parasites, and that's actually the cause of most mysterious illnesses, or a lot of them anyway. Some people may not have any symptoms from an infection, yet there are some of the most commonly associated symptoms with a parasite infection, such as mood disorders, or maybe you have a strong craving for a particular food. And it could even be that sugary, you know, processed stuff, like, why do I keep wanting that junk food, right? It could be, you could have anemia or an iron deficiency. So worms can create enough blood loss to create or cause anemia or iron deficiencies. And skin ailments such as hives, rashes, eczema, dermatitis, acne, sores, of that kind of thing. Recurring yeast infections like candida, bleeding gums, headaches, anxiety, nervousness, teeth grinding, and drooling during sleep. Food allergies, like we said, and food sensitivities, or a loss of appetite. Could be sexual dysfunction, chronic fatigue, unhealthy food cravings, digestive problems, hungry all the time, because maybe it's not you that's really hungry and you're wondering, why am I hungry again? Why do I keep eating? It could be this stuff. It could be sore and stiff joints, breathing problems, itching, and that could be itching around the mouth, the nose, anus. These are the places where they come in and where they can actually come out, and memory problems. They've got a lot of symptoms that can be associated with parasites. So the effects on your immune system are very important. These things are tricky. Some worms, for example, have the ability to fool the body into thinking that they are a normal part of the tissue or the organ, so stopping the immune system from fighting them off. And once these invaders are established there, they can even eat holes through the organs, and they are living off of you. So if you stop feeding them, they could start eating your organs instead. So you don't want a worm infection. Roundworms can lay 300,000 eggs in one day. Worm infections can cause physical trauma by perforating the intestines, such as the case of leaky gut, for example. And then the circulatory system, the lungs, and the liver. So this is why we went, for the immune system, we went and worked in the liver and the lungs actually too. So that is why we're working these things in order here. And so we wanted to strengthen those areas, and then now we can clear this stuff out. So they can create major nutrient deficiencies and digestive problems too. They rob us of our vitamin and mineral nutrients, stuff needed for digestion, and they can cause people to become drowsy after they eat. So if you're feeling tired afterwards, this could be what it is. Now, I don't want to, I don't want any like set hypochondriaism on fire here, like, oh my gosh, I've got that, when you may or may not, have it, right? So, but these are some of the things that can cause these issues. So they can also depress your immune system by making us toxic. And what that means is their poop is toxic waste, and a weakened immune system and this toxic body can lead to further degeneration, fatigue, and illness. And they can age us rapidly by destroying our cells faster than cells can be regenerated. There really isn't anything a parasite can't do in terms of destroying our health. They are the garbage enforcers of our bodies and life. Now, let's look at, if you have the stomach for this, the different types of parasites. Roundworms can lay 200,000 eggs a day and can grow up to 15 feet long. And 1 billion people are infected with this one. So out of the 6 or 7 billion we have on the planet, that's a large percentage of people that have roundworms. And that's just, I guess, roundworms, right? So symptoms are upper abdominal discomfort, asthma, insomnia, appendicitis, periodontitis, fever, weight loss, and rashes. And there's large numbers of them that can actually block, cause blockages in the intestinal tract, hemorrhaging when they come through the intestinal wall, abscesses in the liver, they hemorrhage the pancreas, loss of appetite, insufficient absorption of digested foods. So not what we want. So we are clearing roundworms right now. So check the generalistic clearings here. We were at 90. Okay, we are at 100 there, so great. So we are able to go ahead now and start clearing these things, okay? So just if you can, in your mind's eye, if you have, and maybe you don't even have roundworms or any of the parasites, but if you want to just kind of play along, if you do, then just seeing them.
In my body, they are being eliminated now. I can see them moving out to where they should go.
Yeah, absolutely. So we should all be muted right now, but if we're not, let's just check here. Okay, so yeah, absolutely, that's what we want to do. So roundworms, let's just see them go. All right, let's just check them out. All right, hookworms, let's go into the next while we're working on those. And this one can afflict over 700 million people. That's a lot of people on the planet. Hookworm infection induces a complex mixture of host protective and pathological immune responses. So the larvae of hookworm penetrate the skin, and when they reach adulthood, they can sap the victim's strength and vitality and overall well-being. So these worms can use their teeth and burrow through the intestinal wall and feed on your blood. Symptoms here, let's see, yeah, I think we lost the slide, didn't we? Okay, here we go, sorry about that. All right, yeah, so young worms can use their teeth and burrow through the intestinal wall and feed on your blood. They can be iron deficient. You can be iron deficient, have abdominal pain, loss of appetite, protein deficient, dry skin and hair, skin irritations, edema, distended abdomen, normal mental dullness, and eventually cardiac failure can be caused by these hookworms. So let's check for hookworms. If there's any hookworms here, let's set upon clearing hookworms. So let's get that. Let's see those all just disappearing, okay? Now, of course, they may come out through our normal elimination pathways. Okay, so this is why you want to be drinking a lot of water and be drinking foods or eating foods, excuse me, that have some fiber in them so that these toxins and so forth have something to bind to while they make their way out of the body. So it could be through the colon that way, food-wise, or it could be through the bladder, liquid-wise. So, so it's very important to keep the water and get some fiber. All right, so now what we're looking at is pinworms. Okay, so we're saying goodbye to the hookworms. All right, pinworm infection is caused by roundworm, and it infects 1 in 5 children. So there could be itching, irritation of the anus or vagina, digestive disorders, insomnia, irritability, or nervousness. You might actually have no symptoms at all. Now, female worms can crawl out of the anus and lay about 15,000 eggs a day. Anywhere, I guess. So maybe, you know, it's good reason to wash our sheets more often. And once airborne, the eggs can survive for about 2 days anywhere in your living environment. This worm is white and can grow to about a ½ an inch in length. Let's let go of any pinworms. All right, we have those and eggs if they are still inside of us. All right, so let's look at the next one. This is a whipworm. The infections here are estimated at several 100 million worldwide. And symptoms are bloody stools, pain in the lower abdomen, weight loss, rectal prolapse, nausea, and anemia. And hemorrhage can occur when they penetrate the intestinal wall. Bacterial infections usually follow. So if you have this, you may also have bacterial infection. And they can be 1 to 2 inches in length. So let's let go of whipworms. We do not require whipworms. They are out of here. All right, let's get that energy moving. Wonderful. Okay, so tapeworms, they can grow to 35 feet long and live 10 years inside a person's intestine. Some can lay as many as 1 million eggs a day, and their bodies are in separate segments with hooks and suction cups on their skull. So let's clear tapeworms. Whew. All right, and flatworms. They are found in the bladder, blood, liver, lung, kidney, and intestine. Human infections are in excess of 250 million worldwide. They can cause severe disease of the gastrointestinal tract, bladder, liver, and destroy blood cells. Sizes vary, but they're about a ½ inch to 3 inches long. So let's let go of flatworms. Yep, and eggs and corpses. We're looking at any corpses here too. So anything that has been killed off, the corpses can leave toxic waste, right? So that's what we're looking at, clearing those two. What causes? Yeah, so flatworms, just a second here. Okay, wonderful. All right, so 9 times out of 10, a parasite infection is actually lifestyle induced, not environmentally induced. So that means that you're less likely to get a parasite from water than you are from living an unhealthy lifestyle. So the biggest cause is a weakened immune system. It's a two-way street. So living a lifestyle that weakens the immune system is more likely to attract a parasitic infection. And this is because a weakened body is a breeding ground for them. It's their job as the universal garbage men to clean up waste, and a sick body is a wasting body, and therefore it's food in a parasite's world. So this is where the lifestyle, what we're eating, how healthy are we eating? Is it real food? Is it sugar, right? Junk food. Those are the things that we want to avoid. Long nights, with little rest, staying up. Stress, definitely stress. And I know that's a little trickier right now, with people being so much under stress maybe at this moment, but it is a call to, having a compromise on our immune system, and that's what brings this stuff in. Now, of course, we've already worked in the immune, so we are doing some great things there. One thing that stress, however, can produce is a compromised adrenals. And that's where the cortisol and the adrenaline are pumping pretty much nonstop. We don't go into the, we stay in that fight or flight mode. A lot of people now, that's where everyone's at. And it's just because of years and years of stress just built up. So now it doesn't even have to be a dangerous thing that, sets off the adrenals. Now it can just be just common stuff like, the doorbell or anything like that now, traffic, things like that can just boom, and there it goes, so adrenals are very important when you've been stressed. So this is what makes things tricky, and another reason why they survived. The solution then is boosting your health up in every way that you possibly can. and you know, staying away from bad habits. So healthy habits are where we want to go, and we need to understand stress and dissolve that too. So how do you handle parasites? You can boost your immune system. Yay! That's what we were working on. So, and you can get, you know, stool testing. You know, that's something that you can do also. But the optimal diet and lifestyle to boost the immune, regardless of whether you have an infection or not, right? So if anything, it will also, you know, boost your immune, and just, that's the best way to handle parasites. So if you think you have a parasite, stop eating processed food and take away their food supply. That's the easiest way. So eating fresh fruit and vegetables is the best thing you can absolutely do. Fresh produce is the best, and organic, right? If you can possibly get it. So when dealing with an infection, some people have the idea of just trying to kill them. However, you can't simply try to kill a parasite. It won't do much good for two reasons. They're in multiple stages. But I mean, we are not actually just killing them. We are clearing them and eliminating them. It's a little bit different, but it's on the same line. However, we are. So, but it is in multiple stages, like I mentioned earlier. You know, we're killing the adults, yes, and clearing the adults, but then there's 500,000 eggs that they can deposit throughout the body. So these things are designed to survive. So that's why when we need to come back and do another round or two, or whatever it happens to be, that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing 2 rounds after today. So these guys are, you know, they eat your garbage. So if you know, the garbage in your body will just continue accumulating if we're eating these fast foods and sugars and so forth. So this really is a project for both of us to be working on. So I'm doing it this way with the energetic elimination and using quantum and so forth. And then your job is to make sure that you're not feeding it. Okay, so there's, of course, you know, making it so that your body's so clean they have nothing to eat. And then you can also use some parasite ridding herbs. That's great. There's those too. This is not a simple 1 week thing, like I said, so it can take a little while. As they die, they lay these eggs, and this is why we need to come back and do some more clearing. So there isn't, you know, just one thing that, you know, that kills them. They are very immune to many things, even antibiotics. So if people are, you know, using antibiotics, for example, that's probably unlikely to help, right? So yeah, and there will be somebody's asking what if they're going to be told if it's cleared or if they had them. Yeah, I do have, I've read on the chart, I have a master chart here, and I've read whether there is parasites, you know, for each person. So I do know the before, yes or no, that there was or wasn't. So and then I'm going to be sending out a chart, after chart, to everybody as well. And you're going to get that information. That's going to be a little while. Now, I'm actually putting together the immune system charts right now. I think that can go out. It's been, you know, close to 30 days now, even though some of the organs of the immune are taking a longer than 30 days to be in upgrade mode. The majority of the cells do take the upgrade in the first 30 days. So, you know, it might not say 100% yet, although it certainly can still be going up to 100%. If you get a reading that says 88, just know that your cells can still be in regrowth. So I am working on those, and those will be going out here shortly. But the infection part of it, we're going to have to wait a little while to get your after results. Just simply because of what we're talking about here, they need a little time to get the eggs too. So that's why I'm going to be doing 2 more rounds. These are going to be virtual rounds, so we don't have to look at these pictures anymore. I won't invite you back to do this again. Sorry about that. These really are, these are pretty gross. And like I said, I'm sure hoping you're not eating your lunch. So let's get some of these pictures moved off of here. This one's not too bad, but let's go next into bacterial infections. Now, I want to tell you something that you can concentrate on yourself is the word appreciation, and what you can do to feel appreciative of things, because this is the word that is the opposite and can cancel out bacterial infections. Okay, so how appreciative have we been lately? If we have a bacterial infection, maybe not so much, right? So, you know, this is one thing that you can do on your own is to just come up with things every day. As a matter of fact, it's a great thing to do to be in gratitude, to find things that you can be grateful for, and you can say them out loud. You can make a list. You can, you know, just go over them in your mind. But if you are doing things like that, you are not inviting bacterial infections, right? So it just makes it a lot different with your frequency of vibration. Your frequency goes up. The more you're in gratitude and appreciation, you have a higher frequency, and this is not the environment for infections. So just want to let you know that. Now for bacterial infections, we're looking at things skin, respiratory, vaginal, and intestinal. That's usually where you find bacterial infections. And we are going to be doing the clearings for bacterial infections. So now let me get back to my chart. It is just a master long list of things that I've picked up on when I was looking at everybody here. So let's go back to where I got with the clearings. Okay, perfect. We are 100% here on the clearing. So anything that would be blocking, freeing out this bacterial infection, or letting our bodies be free of bacterial infections, and any of the programs, anything that would reduce our immunity, or yeah, anything that would be blocking our ability to experience having that resilience to infections and so forth. So that's what we're clearing. A lot of different things here. There's also emotions. Okay, so there's some low vibration emotions I found, and these will bring your frequency of vibration down too. So we want to stay out of the low vibration states. We want to stay in the higher frequency of feelings, right? So the feelings, love, joy, appreciation, right? So if we can stay in those states instead of being in sorrow, panic, anxiety, you know, there's stressed, all these different areas right now that I've picked up on these emotions. And if you can't do that, at least try going to neutral. Okay, so at least go into the neutral mode and be a non-emotional observer. We don't have to react. There's no reason to react. You know, there's things that we can do just to be just saying, oh, well, isn't that interesting? I see. All right. Well, right. So we can just be there, right? We don't have to react and send our frequencies, you know, dumping. We don't want to go there. So stay as high as possible, get into that appreciation mode, and stay there as often as you can. So, okay, we cleared those. Good, good, good. There's a lot of dark energies here. You know, of course, there's good bacteria, and that's great, but it's the bad infections, bacterial infections that we're working on here. So, all right, so now let's move on. And start clearing some of this stuff. So types of bacterial infections, there's, you know, they rapidly multiply and release toxins and have the capacity to extensively damage the tissues. Now, bacteria come in several types. There's many different types here. You might have heard of staph infections or E. coli and strep. And these bacteria can lead to various types of diseases and infections, and they are considered internal or external, and then also inhaled or ingested. Now, this gastroenteritis is a bacterial infection that inflames the body's digestive tract, the intestines, and the stomach. So you can see symptoms like diarrhea, cramping, pain, and fever. Then there's sinusitis. This is a common one. It involves irritation and inflammation of the tissues in the sinus cavity. So let's start clearing, actually, let's go back to the one, the gastroenteritis. Let's start clearing that type of bacterial infection, and then we'll also be clearing sinusitis. There's then staph infections here. They can lead to meningitis in worse conditions. And then some of the types of skin infections which cause, or this is one of the types of skin infections, and it can cause blood poisoning. Yeah, staph is rampant in hospitals. That's one of the reasons you don't want to go to a hospital for, I mean, unless you have to, right? Because if you go in there for one thing, you can come out of there with staph. It's one of those things that they're just not able to contain or to, of course, eliminate. We are working on staph right now. So if anybody has a staph infection, this is what we are clearing. Now, some infections can take longer to clear out than others. There could be some real stubborn bad infections, and those will take several rounds. There's just no way around it. We're including 3 rounds altogether, and then I'm going to check after that and see if there's a lot of things will just clear within those 3 rounds, and that's what's included in the program. But if there's something that's a little bit more stuck or a little bit more involved or chronic, or it's been there a while, it's going to require multiple rounds, and that's just the way it works. So if that's the case for you, I will make sure that your email states that. So that would be in your report that comes out after we're complete here with the program. So Lyme disease. This is attributable to ticks. However, I have found that it may or may not have to do with an animal. Okay, I know they like to pin infections on animals, but where do the animals get it? Okay, it's test it yourself. But this is a bacterial type of infection that can actually be caused from a viral infection. Okay, so we can just leave the word ticks out of here and just call it Lyme, whatever. So fatigue, fever, body ache, skin rash. Yeah, so it's a serious, if in serious cases where it's, not treated, then you can find the swollen and painful joints, and that can lead to arthritis. There, again, that's like a viral, right? So let's start clearing Lyme. So many people are afflicted with that. It's terrible. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to be continuing on throughout the rest of the day, going back and checking to see where I'm at, how clear am I with each of these items, or how clear is staff, are we clear on staff, that kind of thing. So I'm going to be checking back, and so you may be feeling a little bit, throughout the rest of the day. And yeah, I will send some recommendations for parasite cleanse. Somebody asked about that for herbs. There is a couple good things, so I'll send you some information on that. Let's see. So let's look now at, moving from Lyme, let's look at eye styes. This is a bacterial infection, causes lumpy, swollen, as well as painful growths on the eyelids, like a cyst. Okay, so I've had these as a child. I remember having these, so I guess maybe you get it from school. That's possibly where other kids have this stuff, right? I'm pretty sure that's where I had gotten that. Then tonsillitis, bacterial infection that affects the throat. And let's check here. Does anyone, I'm not even getting, well, we'll clear tonsillitis. And then there is cellulitis. So that's the skin's deepest layer. It gets infected with this bacterial infection, and symptoms may usually appear as a red, painful, and inflamed skin rash, especially on the legs and the face. So let's clear cellulitis. Sounds like cellulite, and that's where it is. It's deep within the skin's layers. So yeah, that things get infected in there apparently. So that's the case for you. Let's let that go now. All right. Food poisoning. So this is where the E. coli, salmonella, and that infects the stomach. So let's clear food poisoning. Let's get that started. Very good. The next is acne. Yeah, this is a bacterial infection, pimples that affect the face, usually, skin anyway. And then there is pneumonia. This attacks the lungs, and symptoms here could be rapid breathing, high fever, chills, inflammation, and cough. Rapid breathing, but sometimes it's like more like a real labored breathing for many people. So let's start working here on clearing pneumonia. All right, so let's continue. We're going to look at impetigo. It's a it can start from a cut, maybe if it's not treated, and it can be serious and contagious. It can have sores, fluids, pus, that kind of stuff, and it's usually seen in areas of the face. So if there's impetigo, let's clear that. It's an unwanted bacteria. Boils. It's caused by staph. It appears as a lump under the skin and it's filled with pus, and sometimes it can open up. Say no to boils. Eee. All right. Okay, good. And then scalded skin syndrome. Maybe you haven't heard of this one, but it is a bacterial infection. It affects usually infants that are newborn, seen in the areas of the skin in the forms of blisters that can peel off afterwards. We probably don't have any infants and newborns that are registered that I know of, but if anybody does have scalded skin syndrome, we can clear that from you right now. All right, so now here are natural ways on how to cure or fight bacterial infections without antibiotics. All right, so you know, the CDC states that up to 50% of antibiotic prescriptions are unnecessary and contribute to the rising problem of antibiotic-resistant bacteria. So these drugs are often offered to people seeking medical care for anything that appears like it's some type of an infection. So antibiotics are also sprayed on our crops. They're dumped in rivers with treated and untreated waste, and also painted on the hulls of boats to keep off barnacles. So nowhere is safe, apparently. And over the decades, these tiny microbes have begun to evade the drugs used to kill them and developing into antibiotic-resistant pathogens estimated to cause at least 2 million infections annually, leading to 23,000 deaths each year in the US alone. So this would be due to antibiotic overuse. 23,000 people die a year because of that. So there's a quote from this organization that says the world is heading toward a post-antibiotic era in which common infections and minor injuries, which has been treatable for decades, can once again kill. But now this is according to the World Health Organization. So take that quote as you will. Yeah, we're clearing them right now. So, how to get rid of the bacterial infection using yogurt. Yeah, you can, a cup of plain sugar-free, non-fat yogurt. It's beneficial for treating bacterial infections and for the inhibition of harmful bacteria. It's also helpful in improving the health of good bacteria in your digestive tract. So it's for the skin or vagina, you can go for direct application of plain yogurt and for, quick healing of infections. And potent nature of the herbal remedies can also inhibit strong strains of bacteria and heal the infections too with effectiveness. So we'll share some of the herbal too. So honey can cure bacterial infections in the stomach. Honey is wonderful. I love it for a lot of different reasons. It has antibacterial and antiseptic nature of honey. It's highly beneficial in treating bacterial infections in the stomach without antibiotics. So you can add 2 tablespoons of raw honey to a glass of lukewarm water, stir it until it gets dissolved, and then drink it twice daily for bacterial infections. You can also take the honey mixed with ginger root tea. So how to cure vaginal bacterial infection using aloe vera. Aloe vera is antimicrobial, and you want to use the gel, not the whole leaf. I mean, you can use the whole leaf, but you want to scrape the gooey stuff out. Okay, I've got these in my backyard. I love them. They just grow a whole patch of them. So yeah, you want a tablespoon of the gel in a glass of lukewarm water. You can drink it for curing bacterial infections. Yep, and you can also put it on topically for vaginal bacterial infections too. So apple cider vinegar, it is antibacterial and anti-inflammatory, so it does make for a killer of harmful bacteria. For topically, you can apply it diluted, and internally you can drink it, a cup of it that way too. So ginger infusion can help as well. It's an antibiotic nature of ginger, and it makes it helpful in curing respiratory bacterial infections. So you can boil shredded ginger roots in a cup of water for about 5 minutes and get this infusion. You can put honey in it and drink it twice a day. It'd be great. Also cranberry juice. This is wonderful. Cranberries are effective for bacterial infection of the urinary tract. And so you can drink this daily, right? Cranberry juice. It has antioxidants that fight oxidative stress with strong anti-inflammatory and antimicrobial action. Coconut oil, wonderful. It's antibacterial, antiviral, antifungal. It's beneficial for the cure of bacterial vaginosis, which is a bacterial infection with a burning sensation of the vagina, right? So you can massage it around with coconut oil as a way of getting rid of the infection. So how to fight infections with garlic oil? It's also antibiotic, anti-inflammatory, and antibacterial. So you can chew a few pieces of raw garlic. You can actually pour garlic oil in the ear canal if you have an infection of the ear. Absolutely. And you can use baking soda. So a vaginal bacterial infection to an infection on the skin. You can prepare it by dissolving a teaspoon of it in a glass of warm water. Drink it 3 times a week. Also topically, make it into a paste to put it on your skin. Fenugreek is great. It's a natural treatment of bacterial vaginosis. So you can take 2 teaspoons of powdered fenugreek regularly, and then also make the tea by boiling the seeds in water. And so what causes bacterial infections in the stomach? Well, the bacteria that enters your stomach due to contaminated food and water, essentially, is where it comes from. So you want to make sure your water is pure as much as possible. Don't drink tap water. all kinds of stuff can come in through just regular untreated tap water. Even if you have a well, that's great, but you should have some filters, you know, and so forth, and make sure they're good filter. So you've got all kinds of bacteria that can infect the stomach, right? The E. coli, the salmonella, staph, and others that I can't pronounce. And then there's the signs of a bacterial infection in your stomach. There's, well, of course, you're going to get nausea, vomiting. Those are signs of bacterial infections there. And, you know, it's happens when you're storing things, incorrect storage at stores, that you can come in contact with bacteria. Also, like when you're handling the, you know, the meat department of the stores, you know, you don't want to be touching those packages. And then the food preparation in restaurants and kitchens, contaminated water, you've got things left out of the refrigerator that are spoiling, possibly dirty utensils, eating raw fruits and vegetables that haven't been washed properly, or eating raw or uncooked meat or eggs. This bacterial infection can be contagious. As it's caused by bacteria, it can be easily transmitted between people and spread to other parts of your body too if you've touched stuff with your hands. So let's check now for bacterial infections, and I'm going to continue on with clearing bacteria. So let's move into fungal and yeast infections and do some clearing. Let me check where I'm at with fungus and yeast. All right, so okay, the clearing of all the different low vibration emotions, dark energies, a lot of things here can, you know, yeah, we're looking at mostly dark energies here. So yeah. Okay, so the clearing is good. We're clear with that. So now it's just clearing the infection itself is where we're going to be working on now. So let's look at some information here about fungus. It's all around us. They're mostly harmless, but there are certain types that can cause serious infections in some people. And they can occur anywhere in the body. But most commonly, they begin on your skin. And most may cause some discomfort, redness, itching, but they may be easily treated with some, you know, medications and so forth. But sometimes these infections do not heal and they can worsen. And when a fungus is inhaled and enters your body, it's introduced in another way. So the risk of infection rises, especially if you already have an immune system that's impaired. So people that do have the impaired immune are likely then to develop sepsis with these fungal infections than people who have a normal functioning immune system. So that's why that was very important to do first. So examples of fungal infections are, well, first they estimate that there's about 1.5 million people, or excuse me, 1.5 million species of fungus on Earth. That's a lot. So, and about 300 are actually known to make people sick out of those 1.5 million. And this fungi can live outdoors in the soil, on plants and trees. They may also live indoors on surfaces and on human skin. So the most common are athlete's foot. There's also vaginal yeast infections, which is like an overgrowth of candida fungus, which causes yeast infections. So we're treating both here. We're at, you know, the candida yeast as well as fungus, and jock itch and ringworm. So even though we said ringworm is a parasite, it's listed here under fungal infections too. So either way, we're going to be, that one was a real common bad one. So either way, we're going to get to ringworm. So symptoms of a fungal infection can be on whatever part of the body, but a vaginal yeast infection, fungal skin infections, and infections in the lungs that can cause coughing, fever, chest pain, muscle aches, and so forth. So preventing fungal infections, Well, it's important to keep, like for athlete's foot, you want to keep your feet dry and clean. And sometimes, you're wearing different slippers and so forth, and it can create this moistness, especially if you came out of the shower and you just slip into slippers. That can cause fungus under the toenails. So, and then locker rooms or the gym, any showers, make sure you're wearing flip-flops or sandals there, so not touch the floor. And breathable underwear, of course, and don't use any of those sprays, powders, and oh my gosh, that stuff can cause cancer. Okay, yeah, that stuff is bad, and deaths. It killed Gilda Radner. She used some sprays, and that's where it was traced back to how she died. Home remedies for a fungal infection. Apple cider vinegar is one common one for fungal infections due to its antimicrobial properties in there. Plus, it's a mild acidic nature, prevents infections from spreading and promotes speedy recovery. So there you can, mix it in water and drink it. And then externally on affected skin and leaving it on there for 30 minutes and so forth. So you can use any of those to get rid of infections. Here's yogurt again. Again, it's the probiotics there in this plain yogurt can keep the growth of fungus in check by producing that lactic acid. So again, that acidic nature is something that is helpful here as well. And so you can actually put it in a cotton ball or something and then put it on wherever it happens to be and rinse it off. So home remedies for a fungal infection would, garlic is actually a very good antifungal agent. And so eating a lot of garlic, as much as you can stand, really is great for a lot of different things. Antibacterial, antibiotic, all types of benefits here. So you can cut them up and make them into a paste with olive oil, leave it on the skin for 30 minutes. You can do that. And then in food, you want to put garlic cloves in your food. You can even take supplements too. And then tea tree oil. It is, so, tea tree, you can actually get you want to make sure you get the good stuff though, okay? You want therapeutic grade organic oils, the stuff you get at the grocery store, even health food stores. They may or may not be exactly therapeutic grade or organic, so they may not have the same benefits for you. So you're going to know by the price, really. If it's really cheap, it's probably not the best. And let's see. Yeah. So dirt, somebody said inhaling, where do you get the fungus? Yeah, dirt outside. It could be on plants or leaves and so forth too, but yeah, for certain. So tea tree, yeah, antifungal, excellent. And there's a lot of different oils that you can use, not just tea tree, but that's a very good antiseptic, antifungal. And so you can mix it really with tea tree oil and olive oil or almond oil, and then you can put that on your skin. And then also you can mix it with aloe vera gel and put that on the affected area too. And you can let these work. You got to follow these though for several weeks if you're going to do it with the natural remedies and so forth. And then you got coconut oil. Again, this is a beautiful, wonderful thing. I've used coconut oil for cooking and for all these other reasons too. And you can just put it on your skin in the shower. It's just wonderful. Keeps the dry skin away. Instead of using lotions and hand lotions and so forth, you can just use coconut oil for a lot of things. And it's also good for moisturizers, for intimate type moisture. That's absolutely wonderful to use it that way. You can mix it up and with cinnamon oil too, and put it on the infection. Many different ways to use it. And then tea is great. The tannins in tea can help kill the fungus in fungal infections. It has antibiotic and astringent properties that get rid of the symptoms, like that burning sensation or the swelling in the skin and irritation. So you can go and get tea and put that on there. Yeah, or you can soak your feet, like if it's athlete's feet, you can soak in, like get like some tea bags, black tea, of course, you know, is where this is at. So you want to boil it, you know, and then let it cool a little bit. So that would be great. Oregano oil, again, another oil. It has antifungal properties, antimicrobial properties in preventing fungal infections. And you can mix it with this oregano oil with extra virgin olive oil. Leave it on for several hours if you'd like. Or else you can take oregano oil in capsules. They have it in capsules, or in the oil, you can actually put a couple, 3 drops of it in a glass of water and drink it twice a day. That will kill a lot of things, actually. It's wonderful. Yeah. Okay, somebody wants us to work on toenail infections. Yeah, and a couple other items here. So I'm going to keep those as, I'm not sure what tinea capitis is, but whatever they are, let's just clear them as a fungus too. Okay, so another is olive leaf that you can use. It helps to kill fungus, antifungal, antimicrobial, makes the immune system strong. You can put a few of these leaves to make a paste, grind it up, put it on the area. You can also drink it in tea. And turmeric, this is wonderful. It's a antiseptic, antibiotic, antifungal. Its healing properties for quick recovery and can prevent infections from reoccurring. So you want the juice of raw turmeric root and put that on the skin for a couple hours, and then you can rinse it off. Also boil a cup of milk, or you can use like coconut milk, and a teaspoon of turmeric, a little bit of honey. Drink it while it's warm as a boost for your immune system. And cranberry juice, again, of course, antifungal properties in cranberry juice as well. So you can drink unsweetened fresh cranberry juice several times a day for a month if you're having some symptoms, right? So, and then there's tablets you can also take if you don't have the drink. So let's check here where we're at with fungal and yeast. And okay, and I'm going to continue on. Okay, thank you. Granuloma annulare. Okay. All right, so let's put that in there too. Okay, wonderful. All right, so let's continue to run the energies there. And like I said, I'm going to be continuing the rest of the day and following up here. So, so viral infections. Okay, so these are the very mean, nasty, malicious things in your body, the root of many issues. And they can replicate only inside the living cells of other organisms. They are not living things themselves. Okay, and plantar's warts. Okay, that's good. Yep, very good. That's included. Okay, so these things, they only replicate inside of other hosts, right? So they need a host in order to do their nasty business. And 320 million in the U.S. Out of the 320 million people population in the United States, for example, 225 million have some form of a virus. That is just incredible numbers. Incredible. You can get it as a baby if the mother has a virus, or through infected blood, sexual fluids, even kissing. And it goes through 4 different stages. It often gets misdiagnosed, and many get drugs, hormone replacement, thyroid medications prescribed to them for all kinds of symptoms that have nothing to do with their hormones being out of whack. And, you know, their thyroid gland may not have a issue if it hadn't been for the virus to begin with. So why are we getting just meds for the thyroid when we're not actually treating what's actually happening to the thyroid? And the thyroid is something that I have a live stream coming up on the thyroid I'm not sure the date, but it's coming up in about a month, I guess. And that, the thyroid is usually, it's the virus. If you have a compromised thyroid, it's usually always a virus. So yeah, so that's why I do it. I do this thyroid program regularly because I just find this so common in especially women. It's just incredible. So yeah, Borrelia, that's bacterial, and Epstein-Barr, yes, exactly. That's viral, and that's what's in the thyroid, Epstein. And liver, it lives in the liver takes it on, says, oh, I'll protect the body here, I'm taking this on. But those nasty things can then, also then go into the thyroid, and then they're actually wanting to go into the nervous system. So let's look at infections clearing. We're actually now on the clearing for virus. Now, virus, we want to think of love. Yes. Let's go with love. Viral. Okay, viral. There we go. All right, and where's our clearings now? Okay, very good. Very good. And I've got a second one going on this one. Okay. All right, again, low vibration emotions, dark energies, all kinds of stuff here. That would cause us to be sick or, have a viral infection. So we want to just let that stuff go. Okay, so now we can go into actually clearing the virus itself, the viral infection itself. The clearings that I'm doing here are things that would block us from having the ability to be clear of infections or viral infections, in our cells and so forth, and information that would reduce our immunity to have, to be more susceptible to getting these viruses. Yeah, herpes too, that's on the list too. Yep, all right, so, all right. Infections, some weird stuff. They feed off hormones, actually. So if women are getting prescribed medications or hormone replacement and so forth, yeah, they feed off hormones. And so during menopause, they can go crazy. So if you're in menopause and you have certain symptoms coming on, they could certainly be from a virus, and a dormant virus that has just now come back online, right? So we want to cancel the infection agreement and then clear the dark energies around why it's even there. So that's really what I've been working on, is the clearing the dark energies and so forth. So it goes through the endocrine system, which is all of your glands. We talked about the thyroid already, but then it wants to go into the nervous system. And that's where it can cause damage, inflammation, nerve pain, muscle pain, joint pain, tenderness, back pain, tingling, numbness in the hands or feet, migraines, fatigue, dizziness, eye floaters, insomnia, unrestful sleep, and even night sweats. So that's why some of these things can mimic what people think would be, menopausal symptoms. Right, but it can be just a low grade, maybe constant infection, at the beginning or now or whenever, and then they can lay dormant for years, maybe even decades, and then generations though of mutations. They've gotten, these bugs can get faster, causing more problems in the body, and hot flashes, that can be liver too, but night sweats mostly. We are including the COVID here too, and there's certain things with that have been added, machine energy, so nanotechnology, we're putting that in here too. Yeah, so that's part of the dark energies, right? And that's what this virus stuff is anyway, is dark energy. Yeah, very dark. So, so yeah, and if people get misdiagnosed all the time, they're given medications that can actually cause more harm than good. And the medications are to counter the side effects, but it gets stronger and then worse symptoms as they go. And a lot of these medications can actually suppress the immune system. And now why? We need our immune system to be able to keep infections in check, or not to be able to get them in the first place. So no, a lot of misunderstanding here, and a lot of misdiagnoses and communication. Lena, yeah, there is that's part of what's in it. Yes, nanotechnology. Yes. So it's overdue, to check out of that looping pattern here of blaming you for getting older, for example, or going to the, yes, so so we go to the doctor and they say, oh, you're just getting older, or you're going through the change. These things are going to happen, just get used to it. That's what I was told once, and I wasn't even that old. I don't remember exactly what my age was, but I think maybe 40. And they said, oh, you're just getting old, just accept this. I didn't consider myself old, and now this guy's telling me I'm old. I never went back. I'm like, no, that's very disempowering. And the one thing though is our ancestors really didn't have all these issues that women are experiencing now. So nobody tells us that. We all figure, oh, they all suffered with hot flashes. They all suffered with, menopausal issues too. But apparently they didn't have that many issues. Some of course, but it's exponential though, and it's growing. So where is all this stuff coming from? That's what we're looking at here. Yeah, can be, Shamar. So when there is an infection, the mitochondria help to direct and activate the immune system. So the mitochondria, these are the beautiful cells in our, they are in our cells, and in every cell. There could be many, many mitochondria in each cell. And these are where our energy is produced. The ATP is produced in the mitochondria, provides us with energy to the body. Well, when there's an infection, these mitochondria actually help to direct and activate the immune system. So they go into overdrive. So when you have like a cold or a flu, there's that fatigue in with it, right? So because it's going overtime trying to fight an infection, now you don't have as much energy. It doesn't have as much time anymore to spend on providing you, energy throughout the rest of your day. So that's why you're tired, you want to rest, and so forth. And yes, Mary. So you're tired, you want to rest. When the body is under threat of infection, the mitochondria are shifting from energy or ATP production over to that immune system role, so they can handle the infections. So while they're focusing on the immune system, mitochondria are making less ATP, so you get more tired and more tired the longer it goes. And maybe we have a real low grade infection, so we don't even really know if that there is an infection going on. So we think that we're getting tired a lot lately, and you're not really sure why, and what's this fatigue about. Well, it could just be this low grade infection that's been in the background, and your immune system just doesn't have 100% going towards making your day with high energy if it's sitting there fighting other stuff. So symptoms in the chest, you could experience anxiety, chest tightness, pain, esophageal spasms, asthma. It can also inflame the vagus nerve, and that's when when the nervous system. There's 60 different varieties of Epstein-Barr virus, and it's existed for hundreds of years. It's mutated over generations. And yeah, 60 different varieties. They can cause insomnia, tingling of the hands and feet. And if you get that tingling, that's in the phrenic nerves. That's also the nervous system. inflammation by this Epstein-Barr, and heart palpitations. That can be that virus, the buildup of corpses, so the dead ones, and the byproducts of them in the heart's mitral valve. So yeah, Shamar, we can. Yes. And so they've got a lot of different varieties and groups of severity as well. So you've got a stage 1, and this is where a virus is normally dormant, and then a traumatic event or tiredness or some type of trigger or a stress. Okay, so this is one of the things now with stress in people that they don't realize is when they're in this fight or flight, and most people are in this mode because we can't go back. It's like we can't turn off now because it's just been so consistent over the years and years and years and years, traffic and the boss and the blah, 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 right? So now we're all just turned on, and we can't just go back to, you know, the resting mode, right? So with this stress, that is, it's, you know, it's a trigger. It's absolutely a trigger. And, you know, there could be emotions, right? Or if we're not eating right, whatever it is, then it finds your stress related hormones and takes advantage there. So this is why it happens a lot with in puberty or pregnancy, menopause, and childbirth. And many can even get depression because of this. It's like that postpartum depression. Blame it on the mother, right? How about blaming it on where, you know, the core, which could be this virus. So hormones coursing through the blood are a food source. Then you can get into stage 2, mono, feeling run down, mostly contagious here. The immune system is really now out battling it. You could have scratchy throats. You could have some tiredness, maybe a sore throat or a headache. And there's fever, rashes, maybe for even months, and you don't know why. Now, it can go into your liver as a long-term kind of residency, and it likes being there because that's where the liver sits and takes in all of these toxins, heavy metals, mercury, stuff like that is accumulating there. And then there's can be a cofactor like strep, like a bacteria, right? So that's why they're even saying with this virus now that you know, you got the virus, but then you have the cofactor like pneumonia, right? That's bacteria. So so that's yeah, that's why you get the other symptoms, right? And then it can actually be worse, and the actual pneumonia or whatever that happens to be can take effect and take a hold, and you can get sick and ill just because of that, right? So it can infest your sinuses, your nose, your mouth, or it can go down and infect and create urinary tract infections, vagina, kidneys, bladder, causing cystitis. Stage 3 can nest in the organs. So antibodies will only be found on blood test, indicating a past infection, like from mono, if you had mono or so forth, but it's not in the bloodstream, so it won't be found in blood tests. So immune system, you know, could return to normal if you don't have the mono or whatever, you know, after been years lying dormant, or not. It could burrow deep then into the liver and spleen, and it could cause them to be inflamed or just bringing down, you know, compromising the function of the liver and everything it does. I mean, it just takes in all the waste products, you know, that you don't want in your body. So you really want a healthy liver. Absolutely. And that's why it's included in the immune system program that we do. And then it actually then can create toxic waste matter, viral byproducts, that's spirochetes that can create a false positive on tests such as Lyme, for example. That's why that can be a false diagnosis, saying that that's Lyme. But when a viral cell dies, there's like a 6-week life cycle. So it can leave a corpse, which is toxic and poisons the body, also creates fatigue, creates neurotoxins, can disrupt the nervous system, nervous function, can well, it doesn't exactly confuse the immune system, but it just kind of hides that way. So then you've got your another stage, stage 4, and this is the wearing down of the immune system. And maybe there's some personal, like some injuries or, emotional or physical. And it can take advantage of your vulnerability, start heart palpitations here, aches, pains, and then your nerves can trigger an alarm hormone to notify the body that the nerves are exposed and need repair. But this Epstein can actually detect that hormone and latch onto it and onto the damaged nerves, and keeping areas inflamed for like years. Can cause pain there, muscle pain, joint pain, tender joints, back pain, the tingling in hands or feet, migraines, fatigue, dizziness, eye floaters, insomnia, night sweats, and so forth. So you don't want that. Okay. Oh, yes, we are adding oxygen, oxygen in your cells. So a bonus respiratory boost. I had added that in. And so let's do that now. We're going to do a boost, sending some beautiful energy in through the lungs. And we included lungs in with an elimination program that we did. Some of you took that one, and lungs was included because it's an elimination organ, as well as the colon, bladder, and kidneys, and skin. So we already worked in the lungs, but this is going to assist here. We're actually going to do an activation for oxygen. Hemoglobin. So you might want to take a nice deep breath in. Out, of course. And then just exhale out all toxins. So nice deep cleaning, cleansing breath in. Cleansing all the lungs and all the areas, the alveoli. And then letting all the toxins and dark energies, letting everything go. That is not us. Okay. Very good. Yep. Okay, I'm going to continue working in there again too. That's another area that I want to make sure that we've got optimized for you. Okay. Okay, very good. Oh yes, that's right. I added this in here too. This was a new, the nanotechnology. So yeah, nanotechnology can create the shortness of breath. So we're looking at that now. Nanotechnology can be in the blood. So we want to clear the blood. We want to clear bloodline. We want to clear DNA. So let's look at that real quick here. I'm going to check. %97 of everybody here has this nanotechnology. Okay, yeah, Katharina, the lichen planus, okay. Yeah, and if you've had mono and strep before, then yeah, that's what this is now. You just, Epstein-Barr. Yeah. Yeah, and the excess mucus production, yeah, for sure, can be viral. Yep, and we can get the AI from chemtrails, toxins, vaccines. You have to ask yourself why the people who create vaccines do not vaccinate themselves or their families. Do some research, I guess, on that and find for yourself what works and what's if it's beneficial for you or not. We don't want nanotechnology in our supplements. I'm not sure what that would be for. Maybe you can send me an email on that. Okay. Nanotechnology, yeah, it's machine energy. It can get into our bodies and turn. It's meant to turn people into like machines, robots, right? So it's one step in that. It's not going to turn us into robots, but that's the plan apparently. So for some agendas or whatever, but it's out there. It's real. I clear this stuff all the time. There's dark energy. There's all kinds of stuff that's real just because we can't see it. Yeah. I'm not exactly deleting or reversing the effects of vaccines here, but that can be certainly something we could do in a session together. I would prefer to do that one-on-one because I don't want to cancel out anything that could be of a benefit to somebody. There's some that are different, than others, but in general, just wonder why newborns have to have dozens, or I'm not sure exactly how many, but I know it's a lot more than a newborn when I was born ever had. So why? They're not sexually active, using needles. So why do they need HIV? It's I don't know. I do know, actually, I shouldn't say that. I know as much as I know. Of course, there's always more to research and so forth. So all right. All right, and I'm going to go into DNA offline. So that's going to take me a little while longer. Nano, and then anchors, they leave some anchors. I've got the anchors cleared. Yeah, some of those things. So I'm going to complete this offline so it doesn't take all of our time here. My personal recommendation would be no, not to get a vaccine. No, because from what I hear and understand, this stuff is in it. This is not human. And so just take the remedy that's being suggested if you have the current virus. And I'm not saying words here because I like to upload this to my YouTube account so I can get a link there to send to you. So they are eliminating a lot of videos that have that word in it. So yeah, brighter future, absolutely. The sovereignty of humans. I do believe there is beauty. And I'm grateful every day, just for a lot of different reasons. So this is why it's so important now to be in gratitude. Find something to be appreciative on a regular basis. Just looking at your pet, or just your children or your family. Now is a great time to do things as a family and just be in laughter, and finding things to fill you with that fullness, and that is going to lift up your frequency and keep you out of the suffering, the low vibration suffering. Yep, absolutely. Okay, so I'm going to take this offline and continue with that. So infection free is the way to be, right? I always said drama free is the way to be, but this is too. So if you're suffering with any, hormonal symptoms or other health issues, so maybe it is not exactly, just a hormone problem or a menopausal problem. It could be infections, right? So it doesn't have to be this way anymore. We don't have to suffer, we've been told you're getting old, just deal with it. Yeah, Shamar. So we're actually meant to be here we're working on herpes too. And yes, Carol. So we're here to experience the experience. I love that woman that I work with. She's told me that we're here to experience the experience, and I love that. We're here to experience joy. We're here to be filled with love. We're here to experience bliss and happiness and celebration. This is why we are here as humans. So the more you can unplug and get away from technology, this is probably a great time if people, have been off from work and they're not on their computers, like they were at the job or whatever. This is probably a great thing. Go outside, take a walk. If it's the weather permits it, go outside and stand on the ground without shoes, or leather soles would be good, like the moccasins or something like that. Stand and get that beautiful earth energy. Just let that earth energy come up through the soles of your feet on a daily basis would be great. And then you can just actually see it and thank Mother Earth for the beautiful energy that she sends us. Absolutely. And the support that she provides for us here. I mean, she's supporting us, right? All of us here. And a lot of us go about our lives that we don't even realize the beauty in that. If you have nothing to be appreciative of, you can be appreciative of the fact that you have support under your feet and that you have a place that we can actually live and, survive and thrive here, right? Yep, chronic chlamydia. Yeah, and that's what we're clearing. That's part of the clearing too. Yeah, infection. Okay, so this is what we're here to do. So being appreciative, being filled with love, being up in the higher frequency vibrations as much as possible. Now, if you do have chronic conditions, like we said before, we can do. It's recommended that we do a session together. That would be why we offered that at the reduced price for this program. But if you did not, do that already, there will be a link in this email. And this email for this reduced session price is just for this program only. I wanted to provide it to you at a lower cost because you're in the program. So, whatever is blocking health for you, whatever uniqueness that could be, let's, take a look at it, and we can do plenty of more things. All right, there's a lot of tricks up my sleeve, but they just take a longer period of time, and to do each one individually is actually more beneficial. If you're just going to go into you and what it is with you, I could be getting a lot of uniqueness that I just don't get when I get the whole group, right? So we're doing everything as much as possible here for everybody, but you know who you are. So, right. So that link will be in there. And then I want to remind you again to drink plenty of water. And well, I'm of Lemurian, but some people aren't. That's a good question, though. Yeah, there are many different. There was a question here in the chat. Is there something that entered our planet that led us astray and all this darkness? Yeah, there is alien stuff, right? I mean, not all aliens are bad. Of course, just like everybody else. They're not all bad. But the ones that are here that want to take over things, that want to cause problems and trouble. I clear this stuff all the time in people's fields. And that's what they want to do. You know, they're just power and control, right? But I think we have a handle on a lot of things. So just be in gratitude, just be in appreciation, keep your outlook up, just don't go there, just whatever, to the stress and the anything that wants your attention, that's continually like bombarding you with, oh, look at this, isn't this horrible, oh my god, now what, now take a breath, turn it off, and just say, you know what, that may not even be true. I'm not even going to choose to believe any of that stuff. I will only believe what I research and find on my own. Let's just be calm, not allow anything to jerk our chain, right? Infection free is the way to be. Drama free is the way to be. That's my tagline anyway. And so just going into that neutrality, that whatever, non-emotional observer. I'm not here to have you yank my chain and tell me how I should be reacting and telling me I need to go and stress and, you know, reducing my adrenals and my health and catching, you know, illness, disease, and infections. So no, we have the choice. We are sovereign. We have the choice. And that's one thing that you can say. You can say out loud and just declare it. I am sovereign. I am sovereign. And nothing else is allowed in my field. And you can demand it. You can just be just demanding. It's the truth. So just put it out there. And then drink water. Okay. So, but now this picture shows water with ice in it. It's recommended that you drink warm, well, not warm water, but like, you know, room temperature water. And several different reasons for that. One is your body doesn't, you know, if it has cold water, it now needs to go to work to bring that water down to body temperature. So you just made your body work because you gave it a job to do, or it could be doing other things like fighting infections or, you know, providing energy for you and so forth. So just drink, you know, room temperature water is the best. Also, it's best for infections because it just is. So room temperature water, absolutely. And drink plenty of it, especially today and tomorrow for sure. And get some water here. Also, I'm going to be sending out some emails. So I'm going to be in contact with you. And, you know, like on a weekly basis, I'm going to be interested in whether, you know, if you have some symptoms coming up, there can definitely be detox symptoms. I just want you to know if there are things coming up or coming out. It's just the stuff that has to come out one way or the other. It has to get out of there. And, you know, that's why we were working in the elimination organs, the colon, the lungs, the skin, bladder, and kidneys, because that's all the ways that it's going to work its way out of your body. So now with those in a upgraded state, now they're functioning much better. So, oh yeah, cells are still in regrowth there. However, we're about 80% complete. So they are 80% better or more than what they were when we started out. So if you did that class, you know, that program, wonderful, good for you. But absolutely the immune system program that we did a month ago, we are, again, about 80% there too. So there were some things that took a little longer. The liver is one of those. It's more dense. It takes its time to clear. So that's, you know, it's not 100% yet, but you're definitely much better than when we first started, and maybe about 80% better. So let's see, if infections, how long it's going to take to clear. Well, let's check here for the whole group. A couple of weeks, and that's probably why too, because I'm going to be continuing with the clearings, but then I'm going to have to come back and, like we said, the eggs and so forth, and clear out another round there, and then also for the corpses. So we'll have to clear out the corpses too. So drag the dead bodies out on the way out. Yeah, and let's see. Yeah, for that you click. Okay, so now remember to drink the water, and eating foods with fiber absolutely would be great for getting the stuff out the colon. Now, upcoming live streams. This is the page that I put my live streams on. It's not listed publicly on my website. This is only for people who have gone through the shows and so forth. And so this is yourbodypower.com/live streams. And right now I have 3 upcoming programs that you might want to check out. They are at the reduced show prices, and that's the only reason that this is on this page for you. First one is anxiety proof your adrenals. And yeah, absolutely. That is where the anxiety, the stress, everything that happens, it's gone on over the years, has disrupted and compromised the adrenals. Let's check for the group here. On average, what is the adrenals function? About 31%. On average, the function of your adrenals are at about 31%. Now there's some people who have actually gone through the program and their adrenals are at 100. Yay, good for you. Adrenals will go quicker. Of course, they take about 60 days. However, the majority of the upgrade happens in the first 30 days. And so adrenals we have not done in this program. Now, you may have done them on a previous program with me a few months ago. That could certainly have been. And if you did, good for you. If not, this is coming up. And adrenals. Okay, adrenal fatigue symptoms. Yeah, you can certainly have insomnia, anxiety, fatigue, brain fog. You can't lose weight. And that's because the body fat raises cortisol, and the cortisol raises body fat. So cortisol is produced by the adrenals, especially when we're under stress. It just doesn't turn off. So this is your body signaling that there's an imbalance, and it definitely disrupts our day-to-day life. A lot of the fatigue, absolutely worrying or obsessing about life and fear thoughts, absolutely affect the chakras that correspond to the issue that you are worrying or thinking about. So that particular chakra then will become dirty and out of balance, and you can experience fatigue, a lot of aches, pains, illnesses, disease, that kind of stuff. So when you're chronically stressed, this chain of events is continuously triggered. So your cortisol stays elevated, and you become eventually depleted of the hormones that you need to battle the stressor. Your serotonin, that's a neurotransmitter from the nervous system, becomes depleted when cortisol from the adrenals is chronically elevated, which it is in most people now. And then you could be facing burnout. You could also notice anxiety and depression. And then there could be a neuroendocrine dysfunction. So improvements, though, that you can expect if you have fully functioning adrenal glands would be improved oxygen, oxygenated blood, or improved overall health or production of your lymph. And that's for the immune system. We did the lymph system in the immune system program. Healthier skin, hair, nails, and better digestion. And those are just a few of the things that you could expect to improve. There's a lot more. And that one is coming up. If you go to the yourbodypower.com/live streams, and I can put that link here in the chat box too. Yeah, there it is. Oh, I just sent that to one person privately. So let's send it to everybody in the chat box. And yeah, there is a replay that will be sent out here shortly. So that's the page that the upcoming live streams are for at the show rate. So anxiety proof your adrenals is one of them. The next one is thyroid. Yep, that's coming up too. You could experience a lot of different things here. And we mentioned about virus being stores and finding its home in your thyroid. It actually drills holes in it, I've understood. And that is, well, no wonder people are becoming tired and losing their hair. There can be anxiety around that too. Skin problems, constipation is a big one, depression here. This is the metabolism sets our metabolism. So, you know, there could be the weight gain. And then there's loss of concentration, skin problems. Yeah, brain fog is a big one. And there's 100 different symptoms that could be associated with hypothyroidism. And that's the malfunction of the thyroid, the underactive thyroid. Yeah, and body temperature and that kind of stuff too. So improvements that you could expect from a fully functioning thyroid. We're not doing the Hashimoto's clearing here because that's with thyroid. And so there's a lot of things to clear for thyroid, and that's why it's a whole program on its own. And they could include, you could be seeing better digestion, more energy, better, healthier hair and skin, improved memory, normal body temperature, less anxiety, depression, reduced swelling and weight, and decreased risk of heart disease and type 2 diabetes, because that's where the thyroid goes. When it's compromised, that's the progression of steps. It goes into heart issues, heart disease and problems, and high blood pressure and type 2 diabetes. Yeah, and then this is the area of communication, right? So it's in the 5th chakra, which is the throat chakra, and that's in charge of communication and speech, whether we're speaking our truth and so forth. So you could definitely have improved communication there, and slower aging. So yeah. Okay, and this is the 3rd one. This is the one also that so many people are experiencing compromise in. When I read people read their glands, and these 3 are always the top 3 that are compromised, especially by midlife. Let's check right now as an average. Getting 38% on average. Yeah, Hashimoto's we will be clearing for in the thyroid class, yeah. And there's Graves' disease, and you know, the other too. So pancreas symptoms here, you could include constant fatigue, increased appetite, brain fog. This is the belly fat, you know, from the insulin and so forth, obesity, mood swings, cravings, high blood pressure here too, sugar cravings for sure. Yep. The insulin, always feeling hungry, unable to lose weight, fatigue after meals, aches, pains all over, problems with concentration here also, high cholesterol, the low good cholesterol, high triglycerides, and high glucose. So these are things that we're going to work in the pancreas. You might expect improvements in all these areas. So a better appetite and hunger, because you've got that ghrelin and leptin. That's, you know, from the, you know, the appetite signals and so forth, reduced sugar cravings, weight loss, regulation of blood pressure, emotions, mood, and behavior can become more balanced, increased energy, better memory, less aches, pains, decreased belly fat, improved concentration, lowered cholesterol, body and brain age slower. So yeah, that's another good reason to do the pancreas. Now in your readings, when I send you for your immune system, to tell you the before numbers and the after numbers, that was for the liver, that's the thymus, the lymph system, the spleen, the gallbladder, the tonsils, appendix, bone marrow, and the white blood cells and mucous membranes. When I give you the before and after numbers for those immune system organs and glands, I'm also going to send you the before numbers for your endocrine system. Some of them, okay, for these 3, I guess. The rest of them, you can ask me if you have a session with me, we can go over that too. Thymus, yeah, thymus is being upgraded after we went through, yeah, that was the first part of this package. If you were in this from a show, yeah, thymus is definitely growing back. Yeah, being activated, brought back up online, because that is only full function in children, and adolescents. From there on, it starts going into nothing. So a little piece of fatty tissue is what's left of most people's thymus. But regardless of what's left, it's still there. And that means we can regrow it. So that's what we do with quantum activations and moving the particles and so forth. So yeah, your thymus is growing back. Yep. And let's see. Yeah, this, okay, wonderful. I was just reading a couple chat questions here. Now, check your email for the recording afterwards, and I guess we are almost to 2 hours. Sorry, you guys, but there's a lot that we packed into this one. But the recording will be sent out today in an email, so look for that. And oh yeah, we do have healing certification training. This is an online retreat. I was doing those in person live, but now we're doing them online, and I do have the videos. I have a lot of the materials all, you know, it doesn't matter if we're doing it on Zoom. It works perfectly. I was just doing a level 2 retreat here this last weekend. Very nice, very absolutely wonderful group of people, and they're learning to do exactly what I do. So that's what this is for, healing certification training. It's going to go over the clearings for energy, a lot of the energy clearings. So the things, the chakras, the life force, getting that up to 100%, knowing how to clear this dark energy, all these things. And then you get all of my how-to. So you know what to look for and what to clear and so forth. So that's what this is. And it will be at the page yourbodypower.com/CERT-online. And I guess we could put that up here on the chat box as well. And so you can just click in here from the chat box and click into the page. Yeah, there it is there. All right, so that is coming up in about a month or less. So so ask me about that. How you can work from home. You can, my life has not changed any. I'm working from home. I still work from home. So, or I shouldn't say any, there's definitely some changes recently, but my life is pretty much the way it is. I work from my home office, and here I'm able to set the frequency of vibration to very high. So this is where I can do the clearings for people and for you, like what we're doing right now, from a very high frequency. And this is, I can keep it high. I can keep it real nice and clear in here to do my work. So it's, I'm actually blessed, totally blessed, and able to do this for you and for your families. I know some of you had signed up for a family member and so forth. So yeah, evaluate percentages of health. Yeah, I sure can. Absolutely. But it depends, maybe if you have a question from the chat here, evaluate percentages of health. So overall health, or do you want digestive health, or, you know, something like that. Might be a little bit more specific. So yeah, absolutely. Thank you for being here today. Your presence is appreciated. Absolutely. You're going through some shifts right now. You could be feeling some things moving. You could be feeling some things happening. I'm going to be sending out a couple of recommendations here for you, things that you can do. It's on the slides here too, so you could actually go back to the replay and view the things that I had mentioned that you can be doing for yourself. Try out, you don't have to do them all, of course. You can just be try something, anything, right? And see if that works for you. Yeah, I do, Gabrielle. So yeah, absolutely. You could be feeling many different things happening right now, or you can also be feeling some, you know, detox symptoms. Now, detox symptoms can be, it could be headaches, could be maybe even a little dizziness. It could be, you know, through the elimination organs, right? So it could be like a diarrhea. It could come that way. Maybe some skin issues. If, you know, hopefully you did the elimination program, so the skin would be a little bit more able to take this detoxing without going into rashes and all kinds of stuff like that. But just know, so you might want to be, you know, showering off more frequently, and through, so colon, skin, bladder, of course, kidneys, you want to continue to drink the water, and colon, of course, get more fiber. So we are about complete here. You're wonderful, you people. I appreciate you. I appreciate this group. It's been absolutely marvelous to work with you. I am privileged and honored after going through all the different readings, and many of you have had sessions with so far. And you're incredible, absolutely incredible people. And I am blessed to be able to be of service for you and to make changes in your life and in your health. This is why I'm here. This is why I do it. I don't want to get teary or anything, but this is, it's been wonderful experience seeing the changes that have taken place so far already and what's still to come, because we're not done yet with this program. You're going to be getting some more emails from me. If you feel a little tired today, that's perfectly normal. You know, take a little nap, get some rest. If your body requests it, get out into nature, absolutely. Drink some water, love yourself, right? And appreciate everything. As much as everything that you can appreciate, send it love, okay? And stay in a high vibration frequency. And I'll send the replay soon. Filled with gratitude for you. Enjoy. Namaste. Thank you. And I will be ending the session now. Thank you.